Okay, good morning. Mr. DESSELLE, can you hear me? You're on mute.
You hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay, good morning. Parole Board is called to order. Today is 6:25. Joining me on the board today will be Ms. Ledoux to my left, Mr. Barra to my right. My name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair today. With staff at headquarters, please introduce yourself. Okay. Are there any staff in the room with you, Mr. DESSELLE?
My name is Mr. BABIN.
This is not Mr. DESSELLE.
Okay, y'all got Mr. Babin's paperwork? He's my case. Huh? No? Is he by himself? Okay, by himself. Okay, Mr. DESSELLE, do you have a, parole questionnaire with you? I mean, Mr. Babin? Do you have a questionnaire with you? You have a piece of paper about whether you're eligible for an attorney or not?
Yeah, I had appointed counsel. Yeah, I received that.
Do you see that questionnaire?
Yeah, I received a copy.
Okay, do you see your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir, I received that copy.
Okay, that says that you wasn't eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire your own?
No,
Okay, do you want to proceed today without counsel?
no, I want my own counsel.
Well, then you gotta hire your own counsel. Okay, you're not eligible for appointed counsel, so you gotta hire them.
Go ahead.
So we can either proceed today or we can continue it and you can get yourself counsel.
Proceed.
But Mr. DESSELLE, you need to look at the camera and you need to change your attitudes. This isn't working too well.
My name is not DESSELLE.
Mr. Babin. Okay, so it is alleged that you violated condition number 3. You absconded from supervision in June 2024. You failed to report a valid address to your parole officer. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay. On 4/17/25, you were arrested by state police and charged with possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. How you plead to that charge?
Not guilty. I haven't been to court for that yet.
Okay. Do you want to go proceed today before that charge is finished?
No, Ms. Morrison was supposed to come back Ms. Morrison was supposed to come back and let me know and tell y'all that I wanted to defer until I got done with these charges.
Okay.
She never came back to see me yet.
All right. I make a motion that we continue this hearing until charges are disposed.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. We're going to continue your hearing and we'll have it after your charges are complete.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Babin, before you come back to us, you need to establish a better rapport with this board with your attitude. You're not responding appropriately.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the law. That's why I thought I had somebody representing me.
Okay, well, we'll let you go to court and then we'll bring you back.
You need to tell your officers to better explain themselves before I'm just signing anything, because the last time that we met and I was just signing papers, they were like forcing me to sign stuff and without me even questioning. It's like they didn't even want me to ask any questions. So now I feel like I'm being forced to do something.
No, you're not gonna be forced. We're continuing it. That's it for Mr. DESSELLE.
BABIN.
For the second session, we are at Orleans Justice Center. Please state your name and DLC number for the record. You're on mute.
Danny Ryan DeSelle, 546483.
Okay, Mr. DeSelle, today we're here for your revocation hearing. Is there anybody in the room with you?
No, sir.
Okay, my name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. Mr. Ledoux is to my left and Mr. Byron to my right. They will be the board members today. Do you have a questionnaire with you that was filled out? You have paperwork?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Did you sign and state and realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel?
I signed.
But you do have a public defender here.
Oh, yes, yes, sir. I got my public defender, yes.
Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do, Mr. DeSelle, first off, I'm gonna read all of the violations that you're charged with. You either plead guilty or not guilty, with or without a statement. At that time, we're not gonna discuss it, okay? We're gonna wait till later. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. She will ask you questions about your violation. We'll also hear from, let's see, Miss Erica Fust, Orleans Public Defender and Social Worker. We'll hear from her at the proper time. And we'll hear from Rebecca Goldstein, Orleans Public Defender Attorney.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll hear from them at the right time. Okay. First off, you're charged with violating condition number 3. 1130 Oretha Castle Haley Boulevard was listed, addressed on your certificate. 1002 Napoleon Alville was then claimed as your residence during your intake process. You moved from that address to 2239 Porter Street without informing probation officer, as evidenced by your statements to your previous case manager advising this agent that she has not seen you at 1002 Napoleon in a couple of days. It was determined that you were not residing at 1002 Napoleon since 11/18/24 and 11/27/24. Your new residence of 2239 Porter Street was verified. They attempted to contact you at this residence and both were unsuccessful. It was determined you were not staying at 2239 Porter Street, as evident by the staff work advising this agent that you have not been there in the program for about a month. On 1/30/25, this agent attempted to get into contact with you via telephone, and both of your phone numbers on record in the answer machine indicate that both numbers were out of service. Your whereabouts were unknown. A warrant was issued for your arrest. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
I plead guilty, but I want to make a statement saying
Oh,
I was.
Well, at the proper time, okay. So I'm gonna put plead guilty with a statement. Okay. Let's read your other violations. Okay, it says you violated condition number 4 on 3/12/25. You were arrested by the New Orleans Police Department and charged with aggravated battery by cutting under item C-10922-25 on 5/5/25. The charge of aggravated battery of cutting was refused. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay. All right. Condition number 5, it determined that you were in possession of a dangerous weapon as evidenced by your arrest by the New Orleans Police Department, where you were charged with aggravated battery by cutting under item number C-10922-25. On 5/5/25, the charge of aggravated battery by cutting was refused. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay. Number 6, you have never provided proof of employment. How do you plead to that part, charge?
Guilty.
Okay. You failed to provide a valid address of record. Contact could not be made with you and your residence could not be verified, thereby preventing contact from probation and parole. Your whereabouts were unknown. A warrant was issued for your arrest on 2/23/25 for absconding supervision. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty with a statement.
Guilty with a statement? Yes.
Guilty.
And the last charge is that you were $315 behind on your fees. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay, let's hear from the people that are here to speak on your behalf, and then we'll let Ms. Ledoux do the interview. Okay, Miss Erica Fuse. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, Miss Fuse.
It's okay.
Okay, what do you have to tell us about Mr. DESSELLE?
Good morning. My name is Erica Fuste, and I am a social work intern with the Orleans Public Defenders. I'm speaking today on behalf of my client, Danny DESSELLE. Since his arrest for his refused charge out of Orleans Parish, Mr. DESSELLE and I have been meeting on a bi-weekly basis. In each visit, Mr. DESSELLE has remained insightful, cooperative, and reflective. Since his release from DOC custody, Mr. DESSELLE has shown a demonstrated commitment to seeking welfare services, particularly housing services, to aid in his reentry and to address his chronic homelessness, substance use, and unaddressed post-traumatic symptoms. Mr. DESSELLE is seeking to affiliate himself with a structured, positive, and faith-based mentors and institutions to address his long-term goals, a life of sobriety, and stable housing. Mr. DESSELLE has already been accepted into Broken Wings Recovery Center in Bastrop, Louisiana, which is a Christian and Alcoholics Anonymous-based drug and alcohol residential treatment rehabilitation facility. Broken Wings provides peer support services, medication management, and intensive therapy for clients as they begin to rebuild healthy relationships and heal from the damage that is caused by addiction. If released back onto parole, Mr. DESSELLE would participate in individual and group counseling and be reintroduced to his faith and 12-step community. Upon successful completion of residential treatment, Mr. DESSELLE will work with his inpatient team to create an effective discharge plan that includes placement into stable, safe, and sober housing in Louisiana. With the help of his discharge team, he's going to have access to resources that will assist him as he utilizes his 12-step and faith-based support network. Moreover, his team at Broken Wings Recovery Center will ensure that he is connected to case managers to support him in his search for employment and maintenance of his social benefits. Through my work with Mr. DESSELLE, it's become clear that he is committed to long-term lifestyle changes, included his stated goals of sober living, housing security, and counseling. I offer this statement today in the hope that it can provide context for Mr. DESSELLE's current situation and be taken into consideration when deciding whether to release him back onto parole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fuse.
I got a question.
Okay, he has a question for you, Mr.
When you said you've been meeting with him bi-weekly since his arrest, all the way a year and a half ago?
Since
How long have you been bi-weekly meeting with him personally?
this most recent arrest for the charge that was refused, for which he was arrested, I believe, in March. I've been going to the jail, Orleans Justice Center, about once a week, every 2 weeks, to visit him and work through what his plans are post-release.
No other question? Okay, thanks again. Next, we're going to hear from Rebecca Goldstein, Orleans Public Defender.
Good morning. Thank you for your time today. My name is Rebecca Goldstein, and I represented Danny DESSELLE on his now refused charge out of Orleans Parish. Mr. DESSELLE is a 38-year-old United States Navy veteran. In 2005, at 18 years old, he joined the Navy after being inspired by his grandfather's own service. While serving, Mr. DESSELLE spent most of his time on a crowded submarine for months at a time. And once he was discharged and completed service in 2007, He was formally diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Mr. DESSELLE returned to Louisiana to live with his grandmother. However, unfortunately, without the necessary community support at the time to manage his PTSD, he soon turned to drugs to help him cope. Mr. DESSELLE's battle with addiction led to chronic homelessness and incarceration. Despite these challenges that Mr. DESSELLE has faced, he is committed to his recovery, as the board has just heard. He's eager for the chance to engage with meaningful support through the reentry plan that we've created so that he can maintain his sobriety, obtain stable housing and employment, and be a contributing member to his society. Mr. DESSELLE is before the board today because he is accused of violating conditions of his parole, specifically for engaging in criminal activity, absconding supervision, and failing to pay parole fees. First, I'd like to address the new criminal activity allegations and possession of a dangerous weapon. As the board knows, Mr. DESSELLE was arrested on March 12th of this year on one count of aggravated battery, and on May 5th, that charge was refused. Mr. DESSELLE has no other pending charges. That charge was refused because Mr. DESSELLE did not commit an aggravated battery. On March 12th, a homeless man named James Gum was stabbed. Mr. Gum had told law enforcement that he was stabbed by a man that he knew by the name Jericho. Mr. DESSELLE was arrested in that area later that day, when officers mistakenly thought he could be Jericho. He is not. Mr. Gum had never identified Mr. DESSELLE as the man that stabbed him, and the stabbed victim, Mr. Gum, has signed an affidavit attached to the packet that was sent to the parole board stating that Danny DESSELLE was not the man who stabbed him on March 12th, nor was he the man accompanying that offender. And that's Exhibit 1 in the packet. Mr. Gum further stated that he does not know Danny DESSELLE to go by the nickname Jericho, and that Danny DESSELLE saw him bleeding after he was stabbed and went to find help. Attached to the packet as Exhibit 7 is also a police report with an arrest warrant for a man named Jericho Miller, who was later arrested, and this arrest warrant is for an incident that happened at the jail where Jericho Miller is accused of stabbing James Gum in the Orleans Justice Center when they were incarcerated together, further indicating that Danny DESSELLE is not Jericho and is not the man that was stabbing James Gum on March 12th or at any date, which is why this charge was refused. Regarding the violations that Mr. DESSELLE absconded supervision and failed to make payments, as you've heard, Mr. DESSELLE acknowledges his mistakes. He takes full accountability for not properly checking in with his parole officer. While he was homeless for the entire 4 months between November and February of 2024, despite seeking out various shelters, Mr. DESSELLE's lack of permanent housing made maintaining a reliable routine and consistent check-ins difficult. However, he acknowledges that despite how difficult his situation was, he needed to be more communicative with his parole officer, and that he needs to explain where and how he's seeking services so that his parole officer can always find him. While Mr. DESSELLE's lack of housing and criminal record have made it challenging for him to find employment, he knows that he needed to be attempting to make payments regardless and keeping his parole officer up to date on those attempts. If released back onto parole, Mr. DESSELLE will receive employment assistance, as the board has heard, as well as training through Broken Wings, as well as assistance from our office, ensuring his ability to make all future payments on his parole fees. Finally, since his arrest on the Now or Future charge, Mr. DESSELLE has been working with social work intern Erica Fuste, as the board has heard. Together, they've created a tailored reentry plan that's outlined in the packet, and that's been addressed today, should Mr. DESSELLE be released back onto parole. Most notably, this includes drug treatment and long-term housing and employment support. With the proper support system for the first time in his life, Mr. DESSELLE is hopeful to begin a new chapter. He has learned from his mistakes and is dedicated to his recovery and wants nothing more than to have a meaningful chance to be a productive member of his community. We respectfully ask that the board use its discretion today to show Mr. DESSELLE mercy. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it, Ms. Osteen. Okay, as I said, your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so she'll go over It asks you questions about your violation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. DeSalle, you spent 2 years in the Navy. How were you discharged? Honorably or?
It was other than honorable for I had failed a drug screening. A drug screening, yes, ma'am. Other than honorable.
Other than honorable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in fact, you have struggled with substance abuse since 2007, it sounds like.
Yes, when I joined the Navy, I joined the Navy right out of high school. So I was 18, I was pretty young, yes, ma'am. Since 07.
So have you ever, I mean, you're a fourth offender. Have you ever had substance abuse treatment while you were incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you go? What class or where did you go for that?
Oh, they sent me to Stephen Hall. I did 6 months there, and I've been struggling lately here, not so much with the drug abuse, with just being homeless. As far as getting out, I just did 3.5 years, and that's why I was moving from homeless shelter to homeless shelter, and people kept stealing my cell phone and stuff like that. I just been trying to find a permanent job to where I could find some place to live. That's been my main struggle since I've gotten out of prison for that 4 years I did. The incarceration I just did, I've only been out for 4 months, and I've been trying to, it haven't been so much the drugs as it has been the homelessness. It's trying to find a place to live.
Okay, so in your understanding, tell me about Broken Wings. What is this program about? And
It's a program that'll help me for one time in my life, put me in the right direction. It's kind of like I lost direction. I mean, I've changed my life. I don't want to live a criminal life anymore. I don't. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. I want to have help being a successful person in society. I just want to get a little job and have my own place to live by myself. And for the first time in my life, that's what I want.
okay, how long is Broken Wings? How long do you anticipate being there?
Well, I think it's a 3-month program or so, and then it's gonna find me permanent housing and find me a place to live.
What if 3 months is not enough?
I believe it'll put me in the right direction. I had just did 4 years. I need help finding a job. I need help finding a job where I can go to work. And so I can go, so I can find my own place to live. Plus I've been going to class here while I've been in jail, and they put me on a medicine to keep me from doing drugs in this jail, in this program.
Since you've been in this time, you've been taking some classes?
Yes, ma'am. I've been going to a MAT program where they also put me on medication. I've been in here for over 3 months already. So I've had 3 months here, and I've had 3 months, and I've been going to the MAT program.
Okay, perhaps I need to address this issue with Ms. Fusay. Ms. Fusay, I'm not sure the 3-month program is going to meet his need. Tell me a little bit about this aftercare, because
Yes. So Broken Wings, first and foremost, is an inpatient substance use treatment facility, right? So should Mr. DeSalle be released, Broken Wings coordinates his transportation from the Orleans Justice Center. They pick him up and directly bring him to Broken Wings. There, he begins a formal process of getting off the medication where he needs, the medication that he's currently on that he needs to remain sober. He's going to work through therapists, working through therapists, and also with medical professionals to fully get him off the need for any treatment to address his substance use. Upon successful completion of the inpatient program, Broken Wings, the caseworkers there, it doesn't end at 3 months, right? If he is committed to his sobriety, they work with him to find him employment training, sober living, housing options, whether that's on their facility, it's in Bastrop, Louisiana, or if he wishes to return to his hometown, or if he wishes to return to New Orleans, they have caseworkers that they bring him back and they still set him up with employment training. They still set him up with housing support and sober living housing. So really the program, he's there for 28 days, but the case management does not stop.
So I don't think that Mr. DeSelle's best chance for success is going to be to ever return to New Orleans personally.
No, I don't want to come back to New Orleans. It's not, that's not where I want to be. No, man. That's how I got in this trouble in the first place.
Yeah, he doesn't need to, sorry, Mr. DeSelle.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to return to New Orleans. It's really just that they have the resources all around Louisiana. But most clients, they do end up staying on or near the facility so that they have direct access to their caseworkers, their therapists, their whole community, right? And they provide sober living options and they provide employment training.
I defer to my colleagues at this time.
Okay, I have a few questions, Bara, if you don't mind, I'll go before you. Okay, first off, Mr. DeSelle, what's very, very, very concerning is you've had the best programs that we have to offer. They haven't worked. I mean, you went to Steve Hall, you went through the impact,
Yes, sir.
that you went back to drugs.
Well, no, this time,
But tell me this time it's gonna make me feel like you're not gonna go back to drugs again.
I'm not trying, sir, I'm not trying to go back to drugs. I've given up drugs. I'm trying to find a job that I can work successfully and keep that job and get my own place that I want to live in, that I don't have to, I can be by myself and get out of the city. I haven't been struggling with drugs as I've been struggling with homelessness and not being able to find a job. That's what I've been struggling with.
Yeah, that, but drugs is your main problem. You're not gonna ever find a job unless you get rid of the drugs.
I got rid of the drugs. I just did 4 years. I've only been out for 4 months. I haven't been doing the drugs. I've been trying to find a job. I don't have any money or support. That's why I had no concern on doing drugs. I'm done with the drugs, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barr?
Y'all covered.
You covered. Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I am. Mr. DeSelle, first of all, I appreciate your brief stint in the military and do recognize that you are a veteran. I do believe that homelessness is your biggest issue. Based on the information that I've received, I believe that you were not involved in the altercation, Mr. Gunn. You're a fourth felony offender, and Mr. Freeman is correct. You've been through programs, so I don't think going to another program incarcerated is going to help. My vote is going to be in lieu of revocation to send you. Oh, well, I can't do that because of this week. So my vote is to do not revoke, but you must go to Broken Wings as a special condition. You go there for the duration of that program, and then you follow any outpatient treatment plan that they request. And while I cannot mandate it, I strongly suggest that you not return to Orleans Parish, and that Broken Wings establishes a strong connection with your probation officer. And my vote is to do not revoke.
Mr. Barra?
I'm gonna concur on that and vote to reinstate your parole. But added a special condition to what she said about Broken Wings, random drug screens and AA and NA meetings once a week.
Yes, sir.
And understand that you've done had all the chances you're gonna get as a fourth offender.
Yeah.
You come back, you're doing time.
I know.
No matter who you bring with you to say they're gonna help
Yeah,
you.
I was gonna say, don't worry about next time, ladies, because it won't happen next time.
So make sure you get the message.
Yes, sir.
The last chance. You asked for one, they did a good job setting you up. If you don't take advantage of it, you got nobody to blame but you.
I know.
All right.
Okay, and Well, I'm gonna tell you, against my better judgment, I'm gonna vote the same. I'm gonna vote the same. This is your last shot, man. And the homelessness, I understand it, but the drugs is the problem.
I'm done with the drug.
Okay, all right, so today the vote is do not revoke, for you to go to Broken Wings. You to leave from the jail to go to Broken Wing, you to complete the 28-day program and follow any recommended treatment. Make sure that you get in touch with your probation officer once you get to Broken Wings, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you all. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much. I'll call them.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Okay, the parole board is called back into session. Today's time is 9:39. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my left is Ms. Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Barra. We compose your panel today. Would you please state your name and DLC number for the record? You're on mute.
Nicholas Layburn,
Okay, DLC number?
742168.
Okay, do you have your parole questionnaire with you?
Sir, I do.
Okay, do you understand you were not eligible for appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
And that if you wanted counsel, you would have to hire it, but you are represented by the Orleans Public Defender's Office. Okay, all right, so you wish to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, first off, we have joining us is Mary Ella Simmons, Orleans Public Defender, and Brian Loyce, Orleans Public Defenders. I'm gonna have y'all speak at the proper times. But right now I am gonna read the conditions that you are alleged to violate. And you either plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. Okay, and just leave it at that. And your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra, and he'll ask you specific questions about the violation. Do you understand? Okay. All right. First, it is alleged you violated condition number 1. You failed to report your probation and parole at any time since your release from Raven Correctional Center on 9/6/24. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay. Condition number 4. Condition number 4, you failed to refrain from criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on or about 9/12/24 by the New Orleans Police Department for a battery of a police officer, simple assault, misdemeanor sexual battery, criminal trespassing, third offense, theft and resisting an officer on 4/9/2025 under Orleans 563720. You pled guilty to criminal trespass, third offense, and misdemeanor sexual assault, simple assault, theft under $1,000, resisting an officer, and battery of a police officer. You were given credit for time served with added special conditions. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
All right. First, let's hear from Miss Mary Ella Simmons, Public Defender's Office. You're on mute, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sorry about that. Good morning.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of Mr. Layburn. My name is Mary Ella Simmons. I'm a staff attorney in the Orleans Public Defender's Office. And along with social worker Brian Lars, I've been working with Mr. Layburn for a little while now. What I'd like to emphasize for the board is the short time span between when Mr. Layburn was released from Rayburn Correctional Center on September 6th of last year to when he was unfortunately arrested on September 12th. Mr. Layburn was out back in the community for about 6 days when he made a series of poor choices, reverted back to some old patterns, and found himself at a location in the French Quarter and then in the back of a police car. I think that, and Mr. Layburn now has been in jail for 9 months and has taken responsibility for his actions by pleading guilty. And I would note he only pleaded guilty to misdemeanor charges, so no new felony charges. As I'm sure the board knows quite well, it can be a really disorienting experience to be released from prison without a lot of immediate support or direction, and in Mr. Layburn's case, without any sort of supportive family or social worker or friend structures. And Mr. Layburn really immediately struggled and spiraled. What I think could be different this time, and I do believe would be different this time, if the board chooses to give Mr. Layburn a second chance, is the newfound support that Mr. Layburn has worked with Mr. Lars in our office to set up. If the board chooses to give Mr. Layburn a second chance on parole, we would ask that he be released to OPD so that we could help him kind of immediately transition into that higher level of support and engagement that would ensure that he does better on parole this time, and actually is able to, do parole, which 6 days is not really much time at all. So given that he has now spent 9 additional months in jail, I would just ask the board to consider giving him a second chance to demonstrate that he is in fact capable with additional support that we can provide, capable of fulfilling all of the requirements and doing a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Brian Lars, is Mr. Lars with us?
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Brian Lars. I'm a social worker at the Orleans Public Defender's Office. Good morning, board members. Yes, and I apologize. I have to use my phone. I'm having issues with my computer, but at any rate, Nicholas acknowledges that he has not done everything perfect. But let me just tell you something. Nicholas Layburn is the classic example for someone who needs the services that I've listed in this reentry plan. He's the classic case. All of his past arrests is directly related to his homelessness and lack of immediate support. Nicholas, so yeah, like Mary Ellis just expressed, we hope that the board will consider this a plan. We hope that the board agreed to release Nicholas to me. He'll be coming to me, and I'll directly bring him to the homeless shelter, get him in a shelter. I also will make sure that he go to Metropolitan Human Services, where he'll undergo a psychiatric evaluation because he has some mental health issues related to PTSD. Imagine being homeless for 14 years, what that does to your mental stability. He needs help. He really needs help. And listen, being a social worker, you get to understand and learn about clients on another level. Nicholas really is an educated young man. He went to one of the best high schools in New Orleans. He just lost his way. And I'm here to help him. He don't really deserve, listen, he made some mistakes, and I'm sure he'll talk about that and acknowledge some of those things. But listen, he's a good person. He just needs some help. He really does. So I detailed, list of things that I'll be doing, and I'll be working directly with Nicholas. I'm gonna refer him to First 72 as well, where he can, attend some peer support classes, work on getting some employment, but really want him to get the psych eval, to address the PTSD and trauma. Being on the streets for 14 years, that it's very difficult. And I'm telling you, all of his arrests is directly related to this homelessness. It really is. And so we hope that the board consider this plan. I'm gonna be working directly with him. And like I said, I'll pick him up from OJC, bring him to the shelter, and I'm also facilitate the process of him going to Metropolitan Human Services. I'm gonna work with him. He'll have access to our office to work through any kind of difficult situations. So we hope the board consider this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'd like to move to go into executive session for a moment, please.
Okay, we have a motion for executive session in a second. Call the roll, please.
Pete Room,
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion for executive session, which has been approved. We're gonna go into executive session to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back within a few minutes. Okay, we're called back to order. Can I have a motion to go back into a regular session? Motion. Okay, I have a motion and a second. We'll be back in regular session. Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Byra. Please answer any questions that he has for you.
Mr. LaYBURN, I noticed when Mr. Freeman was going over the violations, you pled not guilty to number 4 with all those charges. But you pled guilty in a court of law. So how can you say you're not guilty after you've already pled guilty?
Yes, sir. The violations on those charges were stemming from events that happened over the course of 2022 and 2023. Before the discharge and parole on this charge took place.
Trying to say he had charges against him before at that same point.
All right. That was the only question I had.
Okay, so when you went, you didn't realize you pleading to new charges?
Well, my attorney advised me to go ahead and plead not guilty, and I'd have a chance to explain.
Okay. All right.
Well, then go ahead and explain why you did such a thing.
It was that the charges, the events that led to the charges took place prior to this charge. Prior to 2023, when this charge originally, it was from May 2nd of 2023. And all of the allegations in this new set of charges happened before that in 2022 and 2023.
And that's not what we have.
Yeah,
No, these are brand new charges. This has nothing to do with 2023.
May I, could I
I
possibly
know these, oh, yes, ma'am, you can.
just offer some clarity? I think that at the parole prelim, I had explained to Mr. LaYBURN that pleading not guilty offered an opportunity to have further discussion. And I think that he may be applying that logic to this situation. And we have, there was some confusion because he did have a previous case involving similar allegations from 2023. But as we've discussed, Mr. LaYBURN, which I think you will remember, the charges these new charges that were in Section I of CDC came from September of 2024.
Okay,
That clears it up.
thank you. All right, I have no questions, Ms. Ledoux. Okay, Ms. Byra, you ready to vote?
Yeah, Mr. LaYBURN, you leave me with no choice but to revoke your parole based on the fact that you pled guilty to multiple charges, including sex charges, battery on police, only 6 days after your release. And the fact that you're a third offender, you know better than that. So that's you leave me no choice but to vote to revoke your parole.
Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke based on criminal behavior. And I would make note, Brian, that the plan for reentry is not something I have confidence in his success in. My vote is to revoke.
Okay, my vote is to revoke, find him in violation of condition number 1 and condition number 4. Today, your parole has been revoked. Good luck to you. We're signing off at Orleans at 9:55.
Mr. Layburn, I'll come and see you and we'll talk about what's next.
All right, thanks.
My son and the you don't see them? The drone baby in the box. You see anybody? I don't see nobody yet. Yesterday they said they showing the girls waving at their mom. And my son and my older brother gonna be there. Okay. Oh, but you said they went to the facility there. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, the parole board's called back to order. Time is 10:04. We are now at Louisiana Transitional Center for Women. Would staff at the Transition Center introduce yourself, please?
Hello, Latanya Chase, reentry facilitator. April
Okay.
Kennedy, program director.
Okay, all right. We appreciate y'all being here with us today. While we have y'all there, do y'all have any comments on, Ms. Holmes?
Ms. Holmes is, I would like to say that she completed anger management and parenting, and she hadn't had a right of disciplinary report since, 2017. And that's about all I can really say about her. You have anything to say, Ms. Cooley? Definitely no discipline problems, agreeable for anything. Just due to her time, she's been limited to what she's been able to take.
Why is she limited?
Why is she limited? Because we noted that she hadn't taken many classes.
What's your good time date, baby? 2030. Her good time date's not till 2030. And she can't have reentry until her last calendar year. She's not allowed to be in any other classes until 5 years. So
Okay,
just
I got it.
where she could be put in classes.
So she's taken all that she can take. Okay,
Anything she's been able to take, she has taken.
okay,
She's always tried.
okay, appreciate it. Okay, today we're here for the parole hearing on Ms. Holmes. We also have here today that will be speaking on Ms. Holmes's behalf, Andrew Hundley, the Parole Project, Hannah Rose. I'm not gonna try to say your last name. I'm gonna just call you Miss Rose. If that's okay with you, Miss Rose.
Yes, that's
Okay, attorney, Kamari Holmes, his son, Shan Holmes' brother, are all here at headquarters. They'll be speaking, not speaking but in support is Leanne Jocko, Louisiana Parole Project, and Christy Cherami, Louisiana Parole Project. And then speaking in opposition will be Delta Scott, victim's sister, Donald Smith, victim's father, stepfather, but he will not be speaking, but he is here. And Wanda Smith, victim's mother, who will also be speaking. Okay, and we will call on y'all at the proper time. Okay, Ms. Holmes, tell me, what did you do to get yourself into the prison? And why do you think you're ready for release today?
First, I would like to begin by saying I am deeply sorry for the pain, the suffering, and the loss I caused. I caused the Scott family. I would like to say I deeply apologize for reopening these wounds today. But 20 years ago, I made a terrible decision by taking the by taking the life of Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott was someone I just met that night. And I picked up a knife and I took his life. I can't say how deeply I'm sorry for the pain I have caused the family. I know that the Scott family have to live with this pain and loss that I have caused them. I know there's no words that can express how deeply I'm sorry.
Okay, can you try and tell us why do you think you're ready to get out at this point in time?
I'm asking this board to please grant me parole because I have taken every opportunity that I can to rehabilitate myself by doing classes. I went from literacy to GED to Ashton University, where I received my associate's degree. I'm currently enrolled to get my bachelor's degree. I believe that I have got the tools to re-enter society. I'm very positive that I can be a positive role model in society through the Parole Project program. I can continue my rehabilitation on the outside with them. They have counseling, they have AA and A meetings that I can attend. My goal is to re-enter society and be a great role model for those that has been through similar situations as I have. And I believe that I'm positive and confident to say that nothing like this will ever happen again. I would like to take the time out to say I apologize again to the Scott family for the loss and the pain that I have caused them. But I know today, the person I am today, that I can re-enter society and be a positive impact.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that. Let's hear from the people here to speak on your behalf. Mr. Andrew Hundley.
Good morning, Andrew Hundley with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing before the board to confirm that Ms. Holmes is a client of our organization, and if she is to be granted parole release, we're prepared to take her into our comprehensive reentry program. Like to first start off by saying that we, had done considerable amount of due diligence in reviewing Ms. Holmes' record, both her criminal record, what she's done during her time in prison. Would like to echo that it's our opinion that she has done as much programming as she could possibly do under the circumstances. We believe that she needs continued programming if she is released, but because of the facility where she's housed, she's done everything that she could do. We're very happy with her disciplinary record, and she's shown an ability to be able to function within rules, and we're confident that if she's given early release, that she would be able to function within the rules of society under our mentorship, and have a strong foundation. So a few things. First and foremost, we would ask the board that Ms. Holmes be required to spend a minimum of a year with us, and because she needs significant reentry support, considering how much time she's been incarcerated. So we would ask that she be allowed to stay with us for 1 year, and then we would reevaluate her continued needs at that 1 year point. Second, we would ask that the board make it a condition that she be required to continue her education. She obviously has been very successful, going from getting her GED, then associate's degree. We think if she continues her education, it would benefit her long-term success, and we would be ready as an organization to ensure that she would get enrolled in continuing education and reach her next degree. And then finally, our staff social worker has presented a behavioral health plan that we would like her to follow. So we would ask the board mandate that she follow all behavioral health recommendations by Parole Project social work staff if she would be released. But if she would come out, she would have access to every resource our organization offers. We do see her as a long-term client, and someone who would have access to our employment program. We'd work to find her a job after she completed the first month of programming in our organization. And then she would have access to staff mentors, as I've stated before, the social work staff. We do believe that she is ready for a second chance, and after 20 years of incarceration, she's shown that she has a considerable amount of remorse and has considered changes to her life to ensure that she doesn't find herself in the same situation she did 20 years ago. But as an organization, we're ready to give her the wraparound support she would need to be successful. And I'll stand by to answer any other questions you may have about her reentry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hundley. Ms. Rose, I'm gonna leave it up to y'all to see who wants to go next. And please state your name and relationship to the offender.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Amari Holmes, and I'm here speaking on my mother. Words really can't explain how I feel about my mother. I have no memories, really. I have no photos of my mother at all. I haven't given transparent on love physically, but she always found a way to stay contact with me, make promises that we're still holding on to. As long as I stay out of trouble, she would. And that promise been made for about 15 years now. To say that they're been in my life, I feel like I turned out pretty fine. But I feel like she, I can't say how she was before. I don't have it either. But from my point of view, she's a great woman. And as a mother, she always did what she can to keep me on track, even if it was just a phone call. My mother, I believe she was the most woman. She always tried, even though she knew she couldn't. I knew she feels bad from leaving or from the mistake that she did make. I like from not be here and to be with her. I love my mother more than she knows. Even though it's a lot of things that she don't know about me, and me as well don't know a lot of things from my mother. But I'm ready to experience, and I know she's ready to experience each other love and grow together.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Holmes. Ms. Shan Holmes? John? Or Mr. Sean? Brother?
Sean Holmes.
Speak up a little bit, please, sir.
Hello, I'm KEIANA Holmes' brother, Sean Holmes. I would like to first and foremost apologize to the family. Of course, the situation. I am KEIANA Holmes' brother. In 46 years. 46 years. To the parole board, I, Sean Holmes, Miss KEIANA Holmes' brother, would like to ask you at this hearing to be at good order. And mindful for the release or granted parole for KEIANA to be able to come home and tend to her loved ones, also children, that she hasn't touched or even practiced smiling when she's happy since the last time that we have physically have been in her presence. I know the changes that a person has gone through to make a difference for themselves, also family, while being incarcerated. It does take time to make a difference when there's no one that understands you completely, but the difference we make for ourselves. Show the ones that doesn't understand that change is a part of growth and also prosperity. I think that KEIANA has grown over the years more than I can really imagine since we were kids playing in the backyard. She has achieved her high school diploma or GED and also her associate's degree. And for that being said, I am very proud of her. Also, the simple fact that the judicial system has given her the opportunity to achieve these goals for herself within her lifespan. I really can't wait to see her again at home with her children, looking and feeling successful like she is, knowing some people did not have that opportunity. But God has given her a second chance, and I know she would have all the love and support from her entire family because we listen to love her. And also understand that change when the opportunity is at hand. And if you take that chance, you're proving to everyone else that you're willing to take that risk while others thinking it is impossible. And once you achieve that, you're fighting for they finally realize that you're a person of good choices and character. So if you can change if you can change, excuse me, your peers' ways of thinking of you, you can change the way the world think of themselves. I wish unto the court that you release my sister from prison so the world can see that it doesn't take just the judicial system to change the way you think of each other. It takes making the first step, which she has done, to change yourself so God can make a better path for you to be able to prosper through and beyond.
Thank you.
So I apologize.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Rose, I guess it's Rodell?
Yes.
Okay, I did it. Okay, Ms. Rodell.
Yes, hi, my name is Hannah Rose Rodell. I'm an attorney with Louisiana Parole Project, and I represent Ms. KEIANA HOLMES. I want to begin by expressing, on behalf of Ms. Holmes, a deep and sorrowful remorse to the Scott family for the unimaginable loss they have suffered. There is no sentence, no amount of time, and no words that can ever bring back their son, their father, their brother, and loved one. Ms. Holmes lives every day with the knowledge and weight of that loss, and she carries a profound sense of responsibility and regret for the harm she caused. Today, however, the question before this board is not whether harm occurred. It unquestionably did. The question is whether Ms. Holmes has demonstrated the rehabilitation and transformation necessary to safely re-enter society. I am here to tell you that the answer to that question is yes. KEIANA Holmes, you are meeting today, is humble, intelligent, thoughtful, and genuinely remorseful. She has taken responsibility for her actions, not just by pleading guilty 2 decades ago, but also by committing herself to meaningful, long-term change. Her transformation is rooted in sustained effort over time, deep introspection, and a commitment to living a different life. Self, for her children, and now for her grandchildren. When Ms. Holmes entered prison at 25 years old, she was a traumatized young woman, broken not only by what she had done, but by the layers of abuse and pain that had shaped her life since early childhood. While the full scope of that trauma is outlined in the materials submitted to you, I won't dwell on it today. Instead, I want to focus on what Ms. Holmes has done in the years since, how she has grown, how she has taken accountability, and how she has prepared herself for a safe and productive life outside prison. Like many who come into the system as young people, Ms. Holmes struggled at first. She did not give up. Through her Christian faith, her enduring commitment to her children, and a powerful dedication to educating herself, Ms. Holmes has evolved. She has become the first in her family to earn a college degree. She has completed every program available to her. She has maintained meaningful, loving, and supportive relationships with her family and mentored her peers along the way. Other incarcerated women at the Louisiana Transitional Center have written letters describing her kindness, humility, and leadership. One woman wrote, "She hasn't spent one day here just laying around. She is in college, she has completed classes, she takes part in church activities and Bible studies, and can always be found with a book, further expanding her knowledge." Another woman wrote, "KEIANA is one of the most level-headed people I've ever met. She is one of those rare people who come across in here that will go back into society with zero chances of returning to prison." Even correctional staff have commended her as someone who puts others, volunteers first, and brings peace to the prison community. To quote one of the staff members, "She always has a smile on her face, and when volunteers are needed, she's always at the front of the line." Ms. Holmes comes to you today as a mature, self-aware, purpose-driven woman, a woman embraced by a strong community of support. As you heard, the Parole Project has committed to her long-term reentry and will envelop her with counseling, education, programming, mentorship, personal case management, housing, employment assistance, and more. Additionally, Ms. Holmes is prepared to embrace whatever conditions or stipulations this board sees fit. Ms. Holmes is surrounded by a loving family, some of whom we've heard from today, and others who have written letters in support for you. Her daughter, Kashawn, writes, I want to thank my mother for her constant support and belief in me. Her words of encouragement inspire me to be humble, work hard, and achieve what seems to be impossible. Not a day goes by when I don't think about her. Ms. Holmes' adult children who have lived nearly their entire lives without her choose to remain close to her. And while Ms. Holmes is grateful for that connection, something Mr. Scott's family can never have with him, she knows she can and must do more, and she is ready. This is not a person with a pattern of criminal behavior. Ms. Holmes is a first-time felony offender, someone who in a high-stress moment of fear and desperation made a life-altering and tragic decision. And for the past 20 years, she has made every effort to understand that moment, take responsibility for it, and do what she could to ensure nothing like it ever happens again. In the months I've worked with Ms. Holmes, I've seen firsthand the depth of her commitment to personal growth. I have been inspired by her empathy, her self-insight, and her dedication to her family. She knows that release is not the end of rehabilitation, but a new chapter. As she said to me, I am still working on myself every single day. Ms. Holmes is not asking to undo the past. She is asking for the opportunity to build a future that honors the lessons she has learned and the life that was lost. For these reasons, and the reasons set out more fully in our memo, we respectfully ask this board to grant her parole based on the growth she has demonstrated, the woman she has become, and the readiness she shows to contribute meaningfully and safely to society. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna hear those who have come in opposition. Do y'all have any preference on who's gonna speak first? Which one of y'all want to speak first?
Delta, I'm Freddie's older sister. Live in Houston, but I forgive her. I forgive her. And I think she is ready for change. At first I can't remember another mindset, but Freddie, we lost our other brother last year. They was like 11 months apart. It was so he never recovered from Freddie dying. So that was kind of eating me up inside. But seeing her today, listening to her, I think she need to be on with her kids. Give us a second chance.
Very, very,
Yeah, thank you.
very honorable of you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, and Miss Wanda Smith.
Forgive this one. But I miss my child and I love them very deeply. You know what you do. You know, and I only wish she would have just told me if he did anything to him, could have come told me I would stop it. But then she did, so I still love my child and I hope it close for a long, long time. Still is. I'm taking heart medicine for it. You know, my child, Freddie was 26 years old. And we did everything together. I love him. I love them all, seven of my children. I love them all. And I still do. Go out there and see him. I know we can't talk to him. But you know, we just know, I know she's young, and you know, we all make mistakes, I guess. You know, but I would never try to hurt nobody because you wouldn't have raised her like that. You didn't do the things that the young girls do today, you know. I was young too, now I'm old. And I still won't do it. And everybody from my child Freddie, he looked at everybody. He be friends with everybody. Everybody. He was friends with everybody. Now, he ain't got no money. He just gonna go up there and be friends with you. He was a peaceful boy. But like I said, I forgive her, and you know, it's hard pill to swallow, but you know, I know she's still young, you know, still young. So, well, I go ahead and give her a second chance. You know, she'll be all right. You know, I know I can't get him training my son back. But I know what God needs one day. Thank God, man.
Thank you very, very much
Okay.
for both of y'all coming today. Okay, your case has been assigned to me, Ms. Holmes. You know, most of the questions that I was gonna ask were brought up by your attorney and Mr. Hundley in their plan. The one thing I am a little concerned about, tell me about this this incident with this other inmate back in 2016. What was that about?
I was on the yard and they had two offenders arguing with a friend of mine, and the officer sent one of them in, and I was still out there and I was trying to diffuse the situation. So when I went up to talk to one of the offenders, another girl hit me. And I was defending myself and it started a physical altercation.
Okay. And
during the physical altercation, CO officer Miss Holtz walked up, and out of my peripheral vision, I saw that inmate Sarah was about to hit Officer Holtz, so I pushed her out the way. I was trying to protect her, but I made a huge mistake by doing it. But I have learned by changing my environment, the people I was around, that I started reading, I started going to church more, I started doing everything to make sure that
I just want to know what it led up to the incident, okay? And it's quite obvious you still have contact with your children. I was asked about that. Really, after hearing from the victims and everyone that is presented, I have no further questions. Okay, is the panel ready to vote? Okay, since it was my case, I'm gonna vote for first. Ms. Holmes, first off, you've done a very good job while you've been in jail. You have taken you know, all opportunities that were given to you. You've reached out and tried to do them. I do not think you're a threat to society, and with no opposition from the victims, my vote today is going to be to grant to the parole project, and you are to stay there a minimum of 1 year, okay? I want you to stay there at least a year. Take some anger management classes. I still want you to work on that. You got to make sure we can keep our temper in shape. But that is my vote today. Oh, and no contact whatsoever with the victim unless initiated by the victim.
yes, sir.
My vote is also to grant parole to the Parole Project for a period of 1 year with an emphasis on following any recommendations after a mental health evaluation. So if you need any stabilizing medication that you are on those. And good luck. And I do want to say on the record that I'm very impressed with the Scott family and their willingness to demonstrate their support.
Mr. Byron?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and vote to conditionally grant your parole. And my decision was heavily weighed on the forgiveness of the Scott family. Also, I'm also gonna order that you stay at the parole project for 2 years and follow all recommendations for treatment, including the behavioral health program with Excel that you've already started, that you complete anger management on the outside, just a refresher again, and outpatient substance abuse, that you submit to random drug screens, and as Pete said, no contact with the victims unless they ask for it. And that you continue your education. And good luck to you.
Okay, thanks, thank y'all, and, your parole has been granted. Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody that participated. Okay, we're ready. Okay, the parole board's called back to order. We are now at Riverbend Detention Center. The time is 10:47. My name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Barra. Today we're here on a parole hearing for Brandon Lampo. Please state your name and DOC number for the record.
Brandon Lampo, DOC number 709232.
Okay, are there any staff in the room with you?
Yes, sir.
Would you state your name for the record, please, sir?
My name is Lieutenant Jonathan.
Okay. Lieutenant, do you have anything you want to tell us about Mr. Lampo?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. No problem since that you.
No, sir, he hasn't been no problem.
All right. First, I'm gonna read some preliminary information to put into the record, and then we'll hear from the people here to speak on your behalf, Mr. John Lampo, father, and Miss Andrea Lampo, mother. Then I'm in charge of your case, so I'll be asking you your questions today. Okay, first off, we're here on Mr. Lampo. You are classified as a first felony offender. Your parole eligibility date was 6/20/2021. You have no parole eligibility date, no good time date, and your full term date is 10/22/34. You were sentenced to 20 years for the offense of simple burglary, inhabited dwelling, simple burglary, sexual battery, and sexual battery. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First off, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put in prison, and why do you think we should let you out today?
Okay. Well, the first reason I came to prison was the simple burglary. And that was, I broke into a car, stole somebody's purse. And then that's the original reason I came to jail. Since I've been in jail, other charges have popped up. Whenever I was released from jail the last time, I didn't do anything but 2 months. We went on vacation to Texas with family friends. And while I was there, I made a mistake and I abused the trust of family friends. I took my comfort level too far. And I abused the trust and the innocence of the family friends.
All right. Let's hear from your father, Mr. John. Could you please step to the podium and tell us what you want us to know about your son?
First off, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak on his behalf. You probably hear the same old words you hear a lot, right? Like speaking to change. I'd like to again speak to that, and not just to say yes, he's a new man, but show and explain how, from our perspective, that we saw this change occur, and that it was not a quick change. Over the last 10 years, we did lots of phone calls, lots of video visits, and we saw a gradual change. Don was that little thuggy little kid that went to jail and thought that his actions mattered and there were no consequences, or mommy and daddy can save you and make it all better. That person's gone. He's been replaced with a good man A man that is remorseful, understands the consequences of his actions, understands the impact that his actions has on others. I would say roughly around 5 years ago, there's lots of phone calls, there's lots of video visits. And we finished one call and we walked around and looked at each other. And we're like, okay, wow, this is kind of what we're hoping to see. The accountability, the gratefulness of the support he has was very obvious. And it wasn't just a fluke. That continued on as he further developed into the man you see today. We asked that he be released back to us. And I want to recognize that, yes, we are the same people that really lost him a decade. But while he was growing in there, to who he is today, we also continue to grow as parents. And I'll be the first one to say, look, I make so many mistakes as a parent, especially as a young parent, right? And we were very young. But I wasn't present and not really physically present, say, but that's also the case a lot of times, but just present of mind and to know what son needs in his father. And since then, sorry, since then, I've grown to understand what man should look like. 50 years old, I know what integrity means, and I know what stability means, and I know what support looks like. And Brandon, he didn't have that. I mean, he did. His mother is a saint, obviously. But what needs is dad. And I'm here to say, if you were to release him back to us, the support umbrella safety net is in full force, and it's not all grandparents. Everyone's waiting for him. We have a place to live right next to his papa. I mean, it's we're fully ready for him to come home. Fully invested, main priority. So, I had a big speech to give you up here, but I think this is probably.
Okay, appreciate it.
So, thank you for your time.
Okay, now Miss Andrea Lampo.
Good morning, my name is Andrea, and I am Brandon's mother. I come here today not to excuse my son's past actions, but to express my pride in the man he is working hard to become. He has made mistakes, serious ones, and he has taken responsibility. During his time incarcerated, I have witnessed a transformation in him that gives me hope and it makes me proud. As his mother, I will be there for him. Every single day, I'll drop him to work. Classes, counseling, whatever he needs to do. My time is his, my energy is his. We're walking this path with him as a family and are fully prepared to support him in every aspect. I respectfully ask that you consider not just the mistakes of his past, but the promise of his future. My son is not the same person who entered prison. He is remorseful, passionate, respectful, and ready for the next chapter of his life.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lampo, as I stated, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll be the one questioning you. First off, have you ever taken the sex offender classes? Do they offer that over there?
They do not, but I was lucky enough to have someone who was over the classes in DCI for the last 17 years. I've been working with him. It's not the same, and it's not, but I am working towards.
And what have you learned from him? Tell me, what have you learned?
And my actions have consequences farther than I can see. That it's not just that I didn't mean to hurt anybody. I didn't see what I was doing at the time. It's not just that I wasn't trying to, just because I wasn't causing physical pain, there's more, there's mental, there's emotional abuse. And sometimes that's even worse. And I am sorry. There wasn't a part of me that realized at the time what I was doing. You know, when I go home, I do want to become an advocate for people that are in my position.
Okay.
That, not, well, I say in my position, just not necessarily the bad kid, just don't realize the consequences of their actions, and that what you do matters, not just to you, but to your family, to your community, your victim's family. Since I've been incarcerated, my brother's been beat up and put in the hospital, and the fact that I wasn't there to protect him hurts, even though I didn't have anything to do with it. So I understand how their family can feel guilt behind my actions.
Okay, and your victims, they were 6 to 10 years old. Is that what I read?
No, they were 13.
13? Hmm. Okay. The arrest report says it was 6 to 10. And one was kind of mentally delayed. Were you on drugs at the time?
I was fresh out of jail. I wasn't, but I wasn't, no.
All right. And when you did your burglary, what was that? You were just trying to get money, or why?
Yes, sir.
Have you taken any programs while you've been in prison? Is there any classes they let you take that?
Anybody with over 5 years served, they don't get put in classes.
Yeah, that's a bad deal.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't think I have any more questions. My colleagues have any questions? Mr. Ledoux? Okay, I think the panel's ready to vote, and we'll tell you something, Mr. Lampo. I came into this case, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I looked at it, and it definitely was like, to me, a slam dunk. No way I was even consider it. I do think you're remorseful. I do think that you want to come out, you want to do better. The problem is that I don't think you've had enough programs yet to come out and be successful. So,
is there?
But what my suggestion is, what I'm gonna do is, my vote today is to deny, but that I'm gonna get you moved to a prison where you could take some classes. You need a sex offender class, you need some drug abuse classes.
Thank you, sir.
And once you get those, I think that, I really, I really hope that, you know, things have changed, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Sullivan.
With the way the laws are written today, because it's a sex crime, it would be 5 years before you can write back. I'm going to concur with Mr. Freeman, but let me tell you something, Brandon. You're not a lost cause. And this isn't the end. We want to make sure you get moved and get those. And I really appreciate you trying to learn as much as you can from that. Don't give up. Don't let this be a setback. But I can tell you in 5 years, if I'm on this panel, you will be the next by me anyway. Okay, I would vote for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Barrow.
I also have to vote to deny your parole at this time, noting that you just didn't do enough time for the amount of charges you had and the severity of the charges. Due to the age of the victims, their mental capacity, and there's a strong law enforcement opposition from the judge, the DA, the sheriff, and the attorney general. We hadn't talked about but I'm in agreement with them also. I think you're heading in the right direction, and we're going to get you to a place where you can get treatment you need so that you can be successful like you want to be when you do get out.
Thank you.
Okay, and I am sorry to say, but your parole has been denied today. Please keep your head up. I think you have a terrific family.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be there for you when you get out, and you need to be ready to help them when you get out. Okay? All right, is that our only question? Okay. Okay, parole board called back into session. It's 11:15. My name is Pete Freeman, acting chair. To my right is Mr. Byra. To my left is Ms. Ledoux. We will be your panel today. Please state your name and DOC number for the record.
It is Mitchell Ryder, DOC number 744731.
Okay, Mr. Ryder, we are here today for your parole hearing. Any staff in there, would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Lieutenant Jonathan, sir.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, anything you want to tell us about Mr. Ryder?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Ryder, I'm gonna read some preliminary information to put into the record. If you think anything's wrong, please advise me and we'll look into it. Your name is Mitchell Ryder. You are a first felony offender. You have a parole date of 11/29/25. You have a full term date of 8/2/42. You're serving a 25-year sentence for indecent behavior with a juvenile. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Ryder, you're gonna have Ms. Williams, your cousin who's on iPad, will be speaking on your behalf at the proper time. First off, I want you to tell me, what did you do to get yourself in this situation? Why are you in jail? And what have you done since you've been in that I think make you prepared to get out?
Well, I put myself in a position where I had no way of protecting myself from something like this. As far as getting out, I've been at Riverbend for 8 years. Unfortunately, Riverbend doesn't offer any good time classes, or very little. I have written numerous facilities so I could participate in not only good time classes, but possibly finish my college degree, maybe take some VOTEC classes such as auto mechanics, carpentry, things of that nature. Although I don't have nothing in the way of classes, because me being here at Riverbend, I can tell you that I can use my prior experiences before coming to jail to make sure I'm a success out there. I owned a business for numerous years in Hammond, Louisiana. If at all possible, I would like to open one in the future again. I voted my whole life. I paid taxes my whole life, with the exception of the year I come to jail. You know, I was in the military, served 4 years on active duty. So I think all of that speaks for itself. I do have college credits. I never did finish my degree before I got here, but I do have that. And I would still like to finish it, regardless if it's in these walls or outside of these walls. And I have a good support system. My brother and my aunt was supposed to speak today, but they said they had some problems getting in. But regardless if it's just my cousin Kelly speaking for me today, or my aunt and my brother, I've got 20 people that can speak for me. I got 30 people that can speak for me and can speak to my character and my nature. You know, so I have a great support system out there who not only support me financially, but mentally as well as spiritually.
Okay. All right. Miss Williams, tell us what you want us to know about your cousin.
Okay, I'm gonna reiterate that the one thing that he said is he's got numerous people out here in support of him. He will want for nothing any support he needs financially, whether it's where to live, you know, anything like that, any assistance with, you know, education, Our family is behind him 100%. Not just me. I may be the only one here that was able to attend to speak today, but I have a very large extended family who are all on his side and that would be willing to stick an arm out and help him. I believe he has used his time in Riverbend to help better himself. He attends church when it's available. Unfortunately, I don't believe it's available at Riverbend very often. He's taken it upon himself to do classes, Bible studies through mail. This young man is just not going to be on his own. If he walks out the doors, he will not be on his own.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Ryder, your case has been assigned to Mr. Byrock. He will be taking the lead on this investigation. Mr. Byrock?
All right, Mr. Ryan, I'm going to start with a brief summary and then ask you a couple of questions. Office report says Mr. Ryder was sexually active with an 11-year-old daughter of a family friend. While attending family functions, the 11-year-old became clean with Mr. Ryder, and when questioned by her father, the victim wrote a letter stating, "We had sex. I'm so sorry, and I'm so scared, and I know that I should not have done it." During the forensic interview of the victim, she stated that Uncle Mitch, who she knew for about a year, had told her not to talk with anyone about what was happening because he would go to jail for a long time. She advised Mitch had been doing it to her, that he took her to the bathroom and had sex with her. This type of sexual activity happened many times. With that being said, why do you think we should release you now early off of that sentence? You knew you were going to jail for a long time. Said it to the victim. Why do you think it's a good time now? What's different?
Well, I have no prior criminal history. I was 29 when I come to jail, 37 now, I'll be 38 in October. Give me some leeway. The fact that I have no prior criminal history, just give me a chance. Let me come out there and instead of being a debt to society like I am right now, a debt to taxpayers, let me come out there and contribute to society like I've done my whole life, sir.
You had no criminal history when you did it. I'm asking you what's different now, not what's the same. I know you had no criminal history when you committed the crime. It was your first offense. What's different now? You got a different way of thinking. You got a different attitude. Is there something different that we could hang our hat on if we decide to let you go, or just because you're a good guy?
Well, I've been in my word a lot. Done a lot of praying, a lot of soul searching. But I hate to bring stuff like that up because I'm doing that for me. I'm not doing that for any brownie points with you guys. That's a personal search of mine. But I guess that would count for something, sir. My cousin did say that I've got a few certificates here. This is stuff I did on my own. I wasn't doing to even show you guys. We got a couple certificates here for some Bible studies that I did on my own, guys. I did it before I even knew I had a parole hearing. I got one more certificate that should be coming soon. And I did get one class right before COVID. Unfortunately, I don't have a certificate for that because the week we were supposed to get certificates, COVID shut everything down. So I have that. It was financial management, but I knew all this stuff already. So personal self-improvement.
That's the kind of stuff I was asking about.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry I misunderstood you.
All right. I want to note that we have letters of support from your aunt, from a friend, the owner of a hair place, and from a retired PO and cousin. We have letters of opposition from the judge, the DA, the sheriff, and the PD. And the judge says, per the plea agreement, you agreed to serve at least 10 years. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yes, sir.
That was the actual plea agreement. And then the sheriff says he's opposed because you only served 6 out of the 25, but you're saying it's 8. It's actually 8, huh?
Yeah, I've been incarcerated right at 8 years almost.
And then the DA says they're opposed because per the plea, they dismissed 5 additional counts of sexual battery and did not pursue charges in Hammond and in Texas. And Chief of Police says not enough time served based on the crime, opposed. And the Attorney General says opposed due to juvenile victim. And we have your mother who's unopposed. So we have a lot of opposition to granting you parole. And
Mr. Ryder, you served in the military and were dishonorably discharged, Chapter 14 out for having drugs at that prohibited stuff.
No, ma'am. I did get a DUI. And it was honorable conditions, ma'am, and it was also a medical discharge.
Alrighty. I didn't understand your statement about you were in a place you couldn't protect yourself. What happened? I'm curious about that. What do you mean by you weren't able to, you were in a place you couldn't protect yourself?
I mean, I took my accuser places with just me. So it's my word against them. I have nobody to speak on my behalf.
I have no further questions.
Did you do the offense or not?
No. And the case is still open.
Okay, still, you mean your son under appeal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Board panel ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Barra, you vote first. The case was assigned to you.
All right, Mr. Ryder, looking at the information we have from law enforcement and the judge and everybody else, they're strongly opposed to this, saying that you needed to serve at least 10 years before considered. So I'm going to vote to deny parole today and tell you to reapply after you've got the 10 years that you agreed to.
Okay.
Mr. Liddell.
Based on a static 99 score of 2, no sex offender treatment, and I'm going to vote to deny.
My votes could be the same, but I'm also, as I did in the last case, we will get you moved. We will recommend that you get moved.
Okay.
So that you take this sex offender class and have some certificates to offer us next time we see.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Vote out at Riverbend at 11:29.
Well, sounds like a
She should be here. So you next.
That's Miss Allison.
They got a meeting on their, okay.
All right, guys, have a good one.
All right.
Go out to pay that money, but to fix it air conditioning, and they didn't do nothing. They said, well, we fixed all the leaks. Ran 3 days.
I want you to pay them to come back and redo it.
They got to put another bid in it. I don't think they should pay them. We would pay them for the free on it, but for the labor.
Kept looking behind.
Oh, man. Let's up my blade.
I got one.
I've been carrying my blades around in my pocket. Go through a lot of blades and work on this stuff.
Yep.
Why that affirmation won't come on and stay on?
Okay, we are now at Union Parish Detention Center. The time is 11:36. We're here for a parole hearing on Mr. William Brickhouse. Please state your name and DLC number for the record.
William Brickhouse, 608-422, sir.
Okay, would the staff please identify yourself, please?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Hill.
Okay, Sergeant, do you have anything you'd like to tell us about Mr. Brickhouse? Any problems, any?
No, sir. He's been a model inmate since he's been here. So I have nothing bad to say about it.
Okay, and how long has he been there?
I'm not sure. How long you been here?
Since October 3rd, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Deputy. All right, Mr. Brickhouse, I'm gonna read some information for the record.
Yes, sir.
Please listen, and if you disagree with any of the information, we'll try to get it corrected, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, your name is William Brickhouse. You are a second felony offender. Your parole date was 3/22/2023. Your full term date is 3/23/2033. You're serving a 15-year sentence for indecent behavior with a juvenile. Does that sound correct to you, sir?
Everything does except for the second offender, sir. I'm a first offender.
You're a first offender?
Yes, sir.
It's a parole, free parole says, what it is now. Okay, we'll check into that to make sure. I don't see it on free parole. Here it is. Still has you listed as a second, okay. All right, so first off, you have no one here speaking on your behalf. You do have some people here speaking in opposition. Mr. Jason Methvin at the 10th JDC District Attorney's Office, Mrs. Alexis Kitchen at the victim, who is also with them at the courthouse at the DA's office, and Miss Alice Hardison is also there, but will not be speaking. So we will call those people at the proper time. Okay, please tell me, what did you do to get yourself put in prison? And why do you think you're ready for release today? Why do you think we should release you?
Honesty is, I made a stupid mistake when I was younger that I should not have done, that I do regret. I take full responsibility for it. I went up for parole and I've been down with credit time and everything. I've been down probably about almost 9 years. And the whole time, all that I had to do was examine myself and figure out what went wrong and how to fix it from here on out. I also enlisted into a SO program for a year, and I wasn't going to cut corners. I actually needed the program to help me understand more about what happened and why it happened to prevent it from happening again. And also, I just know I'm ready. I mean, I'm guilty for what I did, and it does hurt me, and I can't take that back. But all I can do is learn from it, and hopefully not to ever put that on anybody ever again, because it was very wrong. I do admit that.
Okay. All right. Let's now hear from Mr. Jason Methvin, and you can decide if you want to speak first, Mr. Methvin, or allow the victim to speak first. Can't hear you.
You're muted on your end.
There you go.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He is a second felony offender. The first offense was, I believe, exploitation of the infirmed, where he was given a 10-year suspended sentence and placed on 5 years probation, and that was in 2013. He followed that up by cultivating an 8-year-old for 3 years until, and I'm going to quote the report, until he could fit it in. And then when she was 11 years old, he forced her to perform oral sex on him. I commend him for all of the programs that he is participating in right now, and I do wish him luck. But even if he were to serve his 15-year full-term sentence, that is the deal of the lifetime, because he was originally indicted on aggravated aggravated rape of an 11-year-old. So we think he's still got quite a ways to go. In reality, he's only been in prison for 6 years, I believe. Yeah, for 6 years. So I realize that we calculate downtime and that can somehow equal 9, but the position of this office is he's not even come close to paying for what he did in this case. Our victim, she's not here today, and I can understand why she's not here today because of what happened. We've been in contact with her, and I guess up until this morning, up until this morning, she was ready to participate, and I guess she realized what had happened to her, and she doesn't want to revisit this again. So it wasn't a mistake that he made when he was younger. He did something that was evil at that time, and I'm not saying that he can't make amends for that, but being 6 years in prison and participating in a couple of things to help him, I don't think that's enough. So that's why we oppose it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would like to ask him a question.
Okay,
Yes.
we have a question from the board. Ms.
Yes,
Ledoux.
ma'am.
In the report that I read, the offender's spouse was aware of this. Were there ever charges or consideration of charges against her for any kind of accessory to that?
No, I don't think so. I came on the office in 2020 and I reviewed everything yesterday and talked to Ms. Hardison. I don't believe that she was ever considered as for prosecution in that case. But I think that what is critical here is not that this was just one event that happened. This was something that happened over a 3-year period, from the time that she was 8 until the police got it when she was 12. So this is something that this was over an extended period of time.
Thanks again. Any more questions? Okay, seeing no more questions, and the victim is not there, so now we'll move on. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux, would you lead the questioning, please?
Yes. So it indicates in the report that you were on SSI prior to your incarceration. Were you disabled, sir? Mr. Brickhouse, were you disabled?
Yes, ma'am. I had a mental disabled. It was SSA, ma'am.
Okay. And was your spouse, are you and your spouse still together?
No, ma'am. She's living with some other man, and I'm looking to file for divorce when I get out.
Okay. So explain to me what your proposed residence plan is with Freedom House. Is that correct? I'm not familiar with them. Could you
Yes,
explain?
ma'am. Her name is Miss Melissa. She runs I think a faith-based religion house in Covington, Louisiana called Freedom House. She's aware of the situation, and she told me when I come to the parole hearing to let y'all know that she does have a bed open, and this was 2 weeks ago. And she said she don't care where she's got to put me. She has a reservation for me if y'all approve. And I have the information right here. If y'all are don't have all the information as far as the telephone number and the address that I'll be going to.
We do have a residence plan in here. I wasn't familiar with this particular facility.
Okay.
Were you on any kind of mind-altering drugs? I mean, any kind of substance, alcohol?
Yes, ma'am. I was at that period of time when everything happened. Yes, ma'am. That's when I was indulging in a dark side of the world of drugs. It just wasn't one. It was crack cocaine. It was methamphetamine, ecstasy, and I think that was it. I wasn't really big on drinking, but I have been rehabilitated since 2013. I took a program, a 90-day program, because I was on probation, and of course I failed it, and they gave me a choice to go to a 90-day outpatient program, and I succeeded it and continued to go to AA and NA. And also when I went up for parole in 23, I went and took the SO program like they requested. And also they asked me to take mass, and I did complete that course too, ma'am.
Yeah, and I commend you for that. Yeah. So this was your biological niece, correct?
No, ma'am, by marriage.
Okay, so it was your wife's niece.
Yes, ma'am, my wife's niece.
I do not have any other questions at this time. I'll defer to my colleague.
Do you remember, now that the district attorney has brought it up, that first offense you had for exploitation of the infirm where you got 10 years, 5 years probation? You remember that one now?
Oh, yes, I remember that. But what I was told by an inmate lawyer, a second offense would mean the same offense. That's what I was under the impression of. But when the lawyer got on there and said that it is a second offense, because on my rap sheet, it says first offender on my rap sheet, sir. So I figured I was a first offender. I wasn't completely.
First, second, third, that's offender class. How many felonies have you been?
Oh, I had one, but also I did serve a 5-year probation thing and got pardoned by the governor. So I didn't know how that actually went in with that when I got pardoned.
You've also been arrested 8 times for 13 other offenses, and 4 of those crimes were against the person. You remember those other arrests?
Against the same person?
So 4 of them were against a person. The other ones were property crime.
Miss Angel, if I'm not mistaken, for stealing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I just want to know if you remember.
Yes, sir. That was
still on your record.
Yes, sir.
What was the details of the exploitation of the infirm? What happened there to get you a 10-year sentence?
I did have a business that I was doing, which was yardscaping, and I was going door to door and asking people if they needed the yard done, painting, whatever they made and needed. And I was doing good, and I ended up stopping that business, and I still had a client. His name was Mr. McKenzie, and this is awful. I feel awful about it, but he started letting me do work for him and everything like that. And at time I was spending the money on drugs, fueled by my drug addiction. And I started to do a lot more work for him. And a few times I needed money to help pay for my bills, which I did. And I got high one time, and I kind of called him and lied to him to ask for some money. And, I got caught, which I'm glad I did, because I deserved it.
Right. That's all the questions I have. I just note that in the file, there's strong opposition to your release from the judge. The sentencing judge is opposed. The sheriff is opposed. As you heard from the district attorney, they're opposed. The chief of police is opposed. The attorney general's office is opposed, noting minor victim and hasn't served half of his sentence yet. So you got some opposition from the law enforcement community to your parole release. So,
Okay, and, I saw you took, sex offender treatment. You took all 4 phases?
All 4 phases, yes, sir. Scored 100 on every test.
Okay, good, good.
It has been confirmed that you are a first
And
felony.
you are a first felon offender by the way it went down. It was arrest, conviction, conviction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's a first. They didn't convict him on the 2013 charge to 2019. Okay, I have no further questions. Panel ready to vote?
Mr. Brickhouse, my vote today, I do want to say congratulations on finishing your sex offender treatment. That is something that is very much in your favor. Your victim was 7 years old when the conduct began, and over a period of grooming, several years. They are opposed, the victim and law enforcement is opposed, and you have not served an adequate amount of time, in my opinion, for the charges that you received because it was fled down. So my vote is to deny.
And
I'm going to concur with Ms. Ledoux for the same reasons.
okay, yeah, I'm also to deny not enough time served and the serious nature of the offense in law enforcement opposition. Today your parole's been denied, but hang there, Mr. Brickhouse, you'll have another day.
I have a question. May I ask? When would I be able to go back? When would I be able to go back up in front of parole, sir?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes, sir. Okay, that'll end our time at Union Parish Dissension.
All right.
Okay, parole board's back in session. It's 12:04. My name is Pete Freeman, acting chair. To my right, Mr. Byra. To my left, Mr. Ledoux. We will be your panel today. We are now at CATAHOULA Correctional Center with staff there. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. I am Lieutenant Townsend and I run the law library here.
Okay. Do you have anything you would like to say on the offender's behalf or against the offender? Anything that's went on since he's been there?
He has been an exemplary inmate since he's been here. No problems. He's always very courteous, very helpful to everyone. I have nothing but good to say for this inmate.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Moultrie, we're here today for your parole hearing. Could you please state your name and DOC number for the record?
Joseph Michael Moultrie, 572952.
Okay. I'm gonna read some information into the record. Correct me if you think I have anything wrong. Moultrie, you are a second felony offender. You have a parole date is passed. You have a adjusted good time date of 4/23/2031 and a full term date of 5/23/2031. You're serving a 10-year sentence for possession with intent to distribute cocaine. Your parole was revoked, and now you have 10 years and 6 months left. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Moultrie, you have your aunt, Miss Martha Calloway, that'll be speaking on your behalf. We'll get to her at the proper time. Would you please tell me why you're in there and why you think we should let you out?
I called myself being sneaky and smoking marijuana. Unbeknownst to me, the marijuana was laced with mojo. It caused me to have a negative reaction, which resulted in me abusing my girlfriend.
Okay. And why do you think you're prepared to get out today?
The record reflect that I remain a law-abiding citizen throughout the duration of my whole parole. I remain gainfully employed. I didn't catch as much as a speeding ticket or parking violation. And the result of this was a stupid decision I made to smoke marijuana, which resulted in me smoking laced mojo, weed laced with mojo.
And how long had you been out on parole when that happened?
3 years.
Years. Okay. All right. Now we'll hear from Miss Martha Calloway. Miss Calloway, your aunt, what do you want to say on his behalf? You're on mute, Miss Calloway.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Tell us what you want us to know about your nephew.
He is the sweetest child you ever want to know. He made a mistake. He was here on helping me because I have 2 brothers on dialysis, one in a wheelchair with no legs on dialysis, and he was a major help to me because he lived with me. All I ask y'all to please, is y'all decision, but I would make sure that he would get the proper help that he needs by him making the mistake of smoking. That I stayed on him, but it was a slip up on me because I didn't even know that was going on. He made a mistake, but I ask y'all to please, with y'all will, that he'll come home and I'll make sure he get the proper help that he need, and going to any drug classes that y'all want him to go to, or anything that y'all need him to do, I would make sure that he do it, because I really need him here to help me, because I don't have no help. He was my only help with brothers. Plus, I got 2 brothers on dialysis and a 37-year-old handicapped son that Joe was helping me, plus helping me with my grandchildren, making sure that they do their homework. He was on them for their homework. They was D and F's children. Joe brought them up to A's and B's by him sitting there at the table every day that they come home from school. He would make sure they do their homework, not get in no trouble, and everything.
Okay, thank you.
I got a question.
Okay.
Are you telling us that you're gonna give him a place to live if he's released? He's gonna live
Yes,
with
sir. I have a 5-bedroom, 3-bath house. Yes, sir. He got a room already waiting on him.
He lived with you before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to say to you, Miss Calloway, you said it was your fault that you're not responsible for his behavior. I thank you for what you say, but that behavior's on him, okay? So don't take responsibility for him messing up.
No, I'm not taking responsibility for him. It just was an honest mistake that he made.
And you're gonna be like his backup parole officer over there? You're gonna
Yes, sir. Oh, yes.
spy on him, and if he gives any trouble, you're gonna let the probation officer know?
Yes, sir.
How to turn him in early so that he doesn't get big problems. Start with little problems, they're easier to fix.
Right.
Okay. That's my only question for him.
Okay, all right, let's see, your case, Mr. Moultrie has been assigned to Mr. Barra. Please answer any questions that he has for you.
All right, you said that Mojo marijuana made you do some bad things to your girlfriend. What, like, I see with a deadly weapon. What was the weapon and what did you do?
That I don't have no knowledge of a deadly weapon. When I came to in the hospital, I was handcuffed to the hospital bed, and that's when I was informed of the charges.
And what did they inform you? You have no knowledge, but I'm sure through the plea bargain, they told you what they thought you had, huh?
The plea bargain was a misdemeanor domestic abuse battery first.
So nobody ever told you what the deadly weapon was?
No, sir.
You have to this day still have no knowledge of what the deadly weapon was?
No, sir. It was no weapon collected into evidence or anything of that nature.
Why were you in the hospital?
Due to the negative reaction of the mojo that was in the marijuana.
And your girlfriend, she ended up in the hospital too?
No, sir. She refused medical attention.
What happened to her? What kind of injury she had?
She had a cut under her eye, which I'm guessing wasn't consistent with what the report was saying. They were willing to drop it to a misdemeanor. I'm just assuming on that part.
Do you have a relationship with that woman?
Not at this moment, no, sir.
That's the only questions I had.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
No.
So you went to Ship Shop in 2019. When did you relapse? How long were you out before you started using again?
I was out 2 years at this point.
All right. And you enrolled in numerous classes right now, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Vocational as well as self-help programs.
Okay, I have no further questions. Panel ready to vote?
Yeah.
Who's first?
I'm gonna go ahead and vote to grant you parole conditionally under the following conditions. That you complete the 100 hours of pre-release, which is mandatory for everybody getting out. I don't see you have that done. That you redo the Steve Hall program prior to release.
You can do it. Go ahead.
That you do the DOC domestic abuse battery class prior to release. And that upon release, you have no contact with the victim of the domestic battery case. Okay.
I also will vote conditional grant upon completion of your pre-release. and no contact with the victim of a domestic abuse battery. You had some good letters on your behalf, and you need to thank that ex-fire chief. He believes in you.
Okay, do you have any children with this lady?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
So my vote is gonna be pretty much the same. My vote is to grant upon completion of the 100 hours pre-release and a DOC domestic violence program. Not the alcohol program, but the domestic violence program and whatever else they have there at all. And we'll get you moved to a place that gives that program.
I really appreciate that.
And upon release, you know, you have special conditions, stay away from the victim. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, your parole been granted today, conditionally.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Thank you. Oh, God, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
Yeah, running to the bathroom, we were watching each other. All right, go ahead on. Well, old man, I can. Wait on you, come on.
Hello. Look, I'm finna bother you again because the shit is tomorrow.
Okay, the parole board's called back to order. The time is 12:24. My name is Pete Freeman, acting chair. To my left is Ms. Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Barra. We are now at Madison Parish South. Would staff please introduce yourself?
Yes, Carl Kamak, video conference officer.
Okay. And Mr. Edwards, please state your name and DLC number.
Edward McDaniel, 418167.
Okay, I'm gonna read some things into the record and you tell me if what I'm saying is true to your knowledge, okay? You are a first class offender. You had a parole eligibility date of 8/1/2021. You have a good time date of 6/23/2027, and you have a full term date of 7/9/2032. You are serving a 35-year sentence for forcible rape. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have no one speaking on your behalf, so please tell me what you did to get yourself into this situation. Why are you in jail, and why do you think you're ready to get out?
Well, sir, I was at my cousin's house. I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. And You know, it's wrong, but I shouldn't have done what I done. I paid for it. And I done changed since I have been locked up. I've been taking classes and trying to do the right thing.
Okay.
And
What kind of classes have you taken?
I've been trying to GED, trying to get my GED.
Okay. Do they offer sex class over there, sex offender treatment?
Yes, sir. I was taking that too.
Okay, have you completed it yet?
No, sir. They had shut Winfield down before I could complete most of it.
Gotcha. Okay, your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. McDaniel, have you had the pre-release class? It's called 1 hour pre-release class.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. I would say that you were in the wrong place, definitely, and maybe did the wrong thing. How did you know this victim?
Ma'am?
How did you know your victim?
She was my cousin.
She was 7 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you impaired at the time that you did that? Were you on drugs or alcohol?
Yes, ma'am, in a way. Yeah, I drunk and did drugs. That's bad.
Law enforcement is opposed. What is your plan if you were to be released? Where would you go?
I try to get contact with my family and try to stay with one of my sisters or something. But if I can't, I try to get contact with, a guy had told me about a place that you could, that they take inmates that you could stay until you get on your feet.
I know you have not had a write-up in the last 3 years, or you would not be before us, but you have lost some good time. When was that, and what happened?
Well, there was a guy that did something, and they thought that I had something to do with it, and I didn't. And they wrote me up for it too, because
And what was the something? What was the something?
He had some drugs on the side of his bed.
Right. I don't have any other questions. I'll defer to my colleagues.
Okay, I have no questions.
I'm not.
Okay, are you ready to vote?
I am. Mr. McDaniel,
Yes, ma'am.
you have a good time date of 2027.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe it's important that you take the sex offender treatment class. And so I am going to deny parole, but I am going to be requesting that the Department of Corrections consider sending you to a facility that will allow you to take that class. If you happen to finish it early, then you might have some time taken off of that good time. But I believe that that's the important thing for public safety. So that's my vote today, to deny, but request you be moved.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Byron?
I also vote to deny based on the strong law enforcement opposition, the lack of inmate classes, the serious and violent nature of the crime committed against a 7-year-old victim.
And I concur. Due to law enforcement opposition and the heinous nature of the crime. So your parole's been denied, but we're gonna get you somewhere where you can take that class. That's gonna give you credit. You can earn up to a year of good time. I don't think you have any, what I saw. So, knock a year off, you go in there and participate and try to get something out of it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold up, let you sign this.
Okay, good evening. Parole board will be called back to order at 12:39. We are now at Southwest Contract Facility. We're here for a parole hearing on Mr. Christopher Warner. Mr. Warner, I'm gonna read some information into the record. Please advise me if you disagree with anything.
Yes, sir.
We have you classified as a second felony offender with a parole date of 7/4/25, good time date of 11/12/25, and a full term date of 1/4/2030. You're serving a 6-year sentence for illegal possession of stolen things and possession of methamphetamine, and probation technical second or more. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell me real quick, why you're in prison and why do you think it's time for you to be released?
Well, sir, I decided that drugs was obviously more important than my freedom. But now I see that it's not. It's getting high one more time after a 4-year clean sobriety time. I'm a drug court graduate. I graduated drug court 21. I did good for a couple years, and then I just thought that I could control it. You know, I thought that I could do it on my own, and I couldn't. And getting high one more time was not worth prison time. Not to me. Had I not picked up the first drug years ago, I probably wouldn't have been in any of them positions to have any of these charges. So I take full responsibility for my actions. I have been currently working the step work. I got a mentor, and I have mentors when I get out. I'd like to go back into my AA program, NA program, and help other addicts such as myself, because that's what helps keep me clean. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry for that. And I just know that I can do better. I have so much more potential than this.
Okay. Thank you. Sounds good. Thank you for your statement. Okay,
Yes, sir.
your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. Mr. Barra, you have any questions?
We kind of talked about it. Looks like you've been on probation for drugs. You got revoked for drugs. You continued your drug usage and got yourself revoked again. It's all about the drugs and stolen things in your case. And my question would have been exactly what Mr. Freeman asked you is, why would it be different this time if, the last time you didn't take advantage of it? What's different this time?
I've had a lot of time to sit here and assess my life and the things that I have done in my life, and I've come to realize that a lot of that wasn't like, that's not who I am. I am better than that. I know I can stay clean. I know I can stay on the right path. I've proven it time and time again. I have support out there. My stepdad's a cop who I want to parole to. I have an NA group out there that's supportive. Judge Candidate did give me a chance, and I made a mistake. I failed one drug test and I made a mistake. And I realize now that I have children out there that I love with all my heart, and they need me. And I know I can do the right thing.
That's all the questions I have for now.
I have no further questions. You said you're gonna get back with your old group, go back to AA?
Yes, sir. Lake City Freedom, as a matter of fact, is the name of the group. That's my home group. It's a NA program.
Yeah, because it's obvious you can't kick it on your own, so you do need some help.
Yes, and the literature tells me that if you think you can do this on your own, you're sadly mistaken.
Working in your work release.
Are you working right?
Yes, sir.
Where?
For SSE, Specialty Services and Equipment, and he has offered me a full-time position upon my release. What's good?
Okay, we're ready to vote. Mr. Barra?
All right, you're talking a good talk. Hopefully it's gonna be coming true.
It will, sir, I promise.
We hope, because we're gonna give you a chance today. I think I'm gonna give you a chance. I can't tell you what the rest of these guys are gonna do.
Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna offer you reinstate your parole, and that you continue with the AA once a week minimum.
Yes,
that
sir.
That you get a substance abuse evaluation and treatment on the outside and follow all recommendations.
Yes, sir.
That you observe a 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew for the first 6 months.
Yes, sir.
Move for work purposes. And that, does he have the 100-hour period?
No, you'll be released upon completion of your 100 hours pre-release.
Yes, sir.
You got to take that class. It's mandatory. And I think they do have it there at that facility. If not, we'll need to get you somewhere where we have it.
Yes, sir. I have taken a good time class already, a substance abuse class already, and I'm currently taking one now.
Yeah, but I want you to do it when you get on the outside, because it's easy when you're on the inside. You don't have nothing else. You got to prove it that you're going to follow that on the outside, where
Yes.
you're free to do whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir.
So you get in the right direction that way.
Your vote?
My vote is to grant conditional upon completion of pre-release with no additional requirements.
Okay. My vote is also to grant conditional on completing the pre-release class because it's mandatory. I would like you to complete 2 AA meetings a week for the first 6 months.
Yes, sir. 90 and 90.
Yeah. Okay, and also the curfew. So today you've been granted. So
Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
And we will sign off at 12:46. Okay, thank you.
You got to do that 100 hour course though.